Give thanks every time. All right, okay, something new for today. Bringing you massive value, as I always say. No delay, get right into the work. Making sure the stream is good. In a no music vibe today, at least right now. Maybe I change my mind, turn on some music. But I'm just like feeling the silence today. Something about the rain today. I don't know. Just got me appreciating the silence more for some reason. And give thanks for the rain every time. Give thanks for silence. Give thanks for peace. Give thanks for respecting yourself and standing up for yourself and not selling out. Give thanks for all the people who stay in the light. Give thanks for all the people who respect life and health and strength and truth and rights. All right. Looks like the stream is good. Everything is good. Yes, I get started. Give thanks. Welcome to the chat. What is the solution with the pollution? The pollution being credits usage. There's got to be a solution. You're going to have to be more specific, and I'll see if I can't help you. I think I kind of know what you're getting at, but credit usage in regards to what? Trying to use less credits in certain situations. Let me know, and I'll flow. So, all right. Let's see. Let me see if the dev server's up. Nope. It's got to be a solution to all this pollution. To all the lies and illusions. The people can see the truth. The people can see the light. Claude credit usage. Is there any way to make it unlimited? Wow. Not that I know of. I've never had an issue with my plan with running over. I know multiple people that claim that they have multiple plans. I just don't understand why someone would need unlimited usage. I've heard of the founder of Claude running tests that take like 2 or 3 days at a time. So the only way I think I could help you there is work for Claude. It sounds like if you work for Claude, or I mean Anthropic, then that's probably the only way I've heard of where you can get unlimited usage. So I think that might be one solution. Other than that, I think you just gotta buy more plans. I've heard people talking about they wish there was like a $500 a month plan or even $1,000 a month plan, but Claude's only offering the 200, so you just got to get multiple 200s. All right, dashboard is up and running. Got the mission control. There we go. All right. So closing out the workflow, making sure the agents all ran like they're supposed to, making them better. So how is this one not done? Okay, I just didn't mark it. Mark done. But I applied that. Publish and log it. Okay. All right, so I'm working on the agent workflow. I believe I've got most of it done. So I'm just gonna like close out the stuff I'm seeing that's still open. Like for the news video, I published it, but like some of the stuff I just forgot to click done. And like basically the thumbnail and the description stuff. So like, I mean, that seems kind of strange to me that I need to click done like that. As soon as I publish the video, then I'm essentially, that would like mean that I've already applied the thumbnail and the description and everything like that. So I'm thinking maybe that should just be like one card. And I can just like click all the buttons on the one card. Just trying to make this as streamlined as possible. Make sure if you have any kind of pushback on that, let me know. I'm not trying to like get caught up too much on any details right now. I just want to make it through the flow. So feel free if you think it's not worth my time to be dealing with this right now. All right. So now the card I'm on right now is the publish and log, and it wants like the date and the time the video is scheduled for. And this seems like an unnecessary step. I feel like there should be an agent that is checking and it could like automatically see when it's published and check. So like, as soon as I click that I published the video, then can't an agent just automatically, and even you right now before I build that agent, like you have the API, you should be able to automatically check that out so I don't have to manually fill in that information. Let me know if this is correct. There's more, but I'm just going to stop right now and have you address all stuff I already brought up. Gotta take vibe coding one day at a time. Don't worry, this is going to be all right. Gotta take vibe coding one day at a time. Oh man. I caught them. caught, I was just thinking about a song. Oh man. See, this is like waiting for Claude. Like these workflows, like I could set up this whole workflow and have it work with Claude, and then I wouldn't have to pay the like bill for the agents. But I'm paying for time. If I run this whole workflow every week with Claude, that's like I'm thinking it's got to be at least an hour of Claude cooking. Whereas like the agent team, I'm not sitting here waiting for Claude to cook. And I mean, like I could be walking away and like coming back, and a lot of times when Claude's cooking, I try to like do other tasks on the side and multitask, but I don't. When I multitask, it like drains my energy more. And if I just focus on one thing, then I can like stay focused longer and produce more quality output. And I'm seeing that more. And there's definitely like I'm kind of just walking the line right now of like spreading myself too thin and also making a lot of progress. And I got to be real careful not to put more work on my plate right now. So these agents are like the best solution. It's already free, and like I've been running like this whole agent workflow for like maybe 2 or 3 weeks now, and I feel like it's already at least freed up like half the time from this workflow, and there's still a lot more time to cut down. But that's what I need to find the solution for. Solution for when Claude is cooking, and I don't want to shift gears and keep my mind on the same topic. Sometimes just doing a research with an LLM while Claude is cooking about what I'm working on. But I've noticed like I had like 5 different VS Code terminals up, like 5 different projects, and I would like run one and have it do a process and have Claude cook, and then I open up the next one and like give it a prompt, and like that was cool. I'm like, dude, I could just do it like this. But after doing that for like 2 days, I realized like that was draining my energy. Like my like it was just spread myself too thin. I gotta like stay focused on like the one business I'm working on at a time. So just taking the vibe coding one day at a time, and I don't have to worry because it's gonna be all right. So yeah, I gotta get water. Whoa. I was like, what is going on? Thought it froze or something. Yep, and it was just on that one screen too. All right, we go. Come on, code. Oh, okay, this is working. Automatically did the publish and log. It is marked as done. I just figured out my own question. The best thing to do while I'm waiting is just give thanks for everything. It's always a good time to give thanks. Big up all the good people. Publish card is closed out. Switch it to the code. Oh, I got a code already. Hmm. Oh, it's because there is no card. That would make sense. Although I do not see a community post card. Um, oh, that's why. Okay, it's with the description and tag and community post. And I'm going to check real quick to see if I already scheduled that one. So I think I did, and I got to find out if I did. Well, maybe not. Okay. No, that's community, not community post. All right. Content. There we go. Post. There we go. So this would have been today, the 7th. Huh. I'm looking at YouTube right now, and I have community posts scheduled that uh one was yesterday and one's on the 9th. So I'm not sure. I think one of them was with this video that just went out. I just don't remember. And like this is something right now that I'm seeing could be a problem. So like what do you think is the solution? Separate community post into its own card? Um have it so when I click publish video something happens, but I guess usually I publish the video, then I post the community post. So I'm just kind of confused. Can you go into YouTube, look at the channel content, and under post, it shows the community post that, like the one that just came out yesterday and the one that's scheduled for 2 more days. Um, Let me know what you think. This is weird. I got like videos, 2 videos scheduled as community post. I think, okay, that must mean that's right. Okay. So it's a community post with a video link attached instead of the image. That makes sense. All right. So it's checking in the browser. If you have multiple browsers, Claude does not know which browser to go into. And it'll just try a random one. It's not a big deal, but find some solution. Main thing is once I get these agents all linked up, I won't even have to be like asking Claude questions because it'll all be ready and it'll all be working. I guess it's just part of the process, just like building an app and finding all the bugs. These agents have their own kind of like bugs too. Looking at the chat, welcome back. Deep Web Impact, respect every time. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Man. New YouTube account and can't wait till it's more established so it stops showing me random news stuff. I don't want to hear about all this destruction and chaos. Like, I get it. It's bad. I don't need to hear about it. Be the solution. I don't see any solution just hearing about that stuff. Okay. All right. Let's see what I can look up. So, I'm wondering if there's a solution to community post with YouTube. I can't find any way to use the API with YouTube to schedule community posts or even like read them to like get the data and stuff like that. Um I'd rather not wait for Claude to do browser control or another thing because it just takes so long and this is a process that I need to do like at least once a week. Do you know of any kind of solution? Is there any kind of tool that can get into YouTube and actually access the community post section? It's going good, Deep Web. Good to hear you're making an app. And if it's up on Google, let me know. I can check it out and let you know what I think. Or if it's not and you just want to talk about it, what kind of problems you're trying to solve, stuff like that, can give you any kind of advice or input. Whoa. Oh. It's like it's caught its own mistake, but it didn't catch it until I like asked it to do community posts. Like, why would that make it catch it? It's a fresh context. Sometimes it just makes mistakes. Solution? Just getting agents that are set. So you got a search and barcode scanning app where it alerts you of boycotts for brands. For example, Ovaltine products will be flagged as Nestle and give information about the product. Oh, I see what you're doing. I see how that could be that could go viral. That could have a lot of offer a lot of value to a lot of people. The more the corporations just buy up all their competitors and give us the same or the different packaging with the same product, then we can know, like, no, this is actually the company that's being boycotted right now. They're just putting it out under a different label, but it's the same thing. Yeah, it's messed up. Like boycotting, I mean, come on, like I learned about that when I was a kid, like in the history stuff. Why should we have to go back to doing that again? It doesn't make sense. I mean, actually, it does, but it's like it shouldn't. I don't know. For a time, it might seem like evil is taking over, but that was written in the scriptures many, many years ago, and it still remains true today. But evil will never prosper. The righteous will always live and reign. And they can confuse some people some of the time, but they can't fool all the people all the time. So when we stand up and unite, and we just don't feed into their system. So give thanks to the Most High for keeping the balance, even though it might seem like just more consciousness, more unity, and we can work together to show evil forces that we will not comply. We do not have to buy their GMO. We do not have to buy their pesticides. So we got headless browser scripting. Still trying to get in. Like, that's why it's taking so long. Needs to undo its earlier mistake. That is rare. I'm not used to seeing Claude say it, like, admitted to making a mistake. So looking back at the chat, you want your app to be configurable. So there's configurable block lists that you can turn on or off so that if an issue doesn't matter to you, it won't show. Interesting. That is the next thing I'm going to look up. Can you tell me what it means for an app to be configurable? And what are configurable block lists? Sounds like something you can turn on and off so that if an issue doesn't matter to you, it won't show. Can you help me understand all this stuff? Break it down for me. Right when Claude's finally done. Oh, I'm just going to read that real quick. So a block list is like boycotting specific items, terms, addresses, or behaviors that a system is instructed to deny, hide, filter out, or prevent from running. Interesting. So like the main thing I don't understand is how to set these rules, I guess. Oh, so it'd be like in the code, like when you're building the app. Like you would just add like the knob switches and toggles or text fields to tailor how it be. That's what it looks like to me. Okay. Interesting. At first I was thinking it was like a Claude MD thing, like rules for the build, but no, this sounds like it's more of like just building your code to add this stuff in, if I'm understanding it. Interesting. Always trying to learn something new. All right, back to the code. The Bank App AI Money Coach one you recorded Tuesday isn't uploaded at all. I swear I did that one. Nothing on the channel matches it. Let's see. Huh. Okay, so where do I start? How about with the problem that you found where you made a mistake and you found it and you fixed it? Do you know why you made that mistake? And did you like make a note or something or make some kind of change so you won't make it again? And how did you find it? Like how did you become aware that you made that mistake after you made it? And then I'm not gonna like spend any more time right now on finding a method for the community post, checking and data and stuff like that. I want to keep moving forward. I understand the problem better now, at least, and I can just kind of like think about it in my downtime and try to find a solution. And you're saying that you don't see the video that I just made on Tuesday, and I thought I posted it. It looks to me like it's scheduled for August 9th. Maybe you didn't see it because it's scheduled. Also, it seems like it's causing a problem that I'm like a week ahead right now. I don't understand why that would be. I don't always plan on staying a week ahead, but I feel like it's good to be maybe even like a couple weeks ahead. So let me know, is that going to be a problem? I'm like thinking it shouldn't be, but let me know why. Like, if I should just stick to only lining up like the next week, I guess. But even then, that would kind of be a week ahead. Um, so let me know about all the things that I just brought up. I'm looking at this video that's scheduled for August 9th, and the title is Stop Asking What's the Best Money App. It's the wrong question. Basically, there's two videos I have scheduled, and now I'm even confused looking at them. Like, they're definitely different videos, but it's almost like both of them are tool videos. I don't know. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not scheduled. But can you clarify this? Looking back at the chat. Um so Deep Web saying to end so the end user can choose if they care about Nestle or right to repair. Not sure what right to repair is. Heard some interesting things about Nestle, especially when it comes to water. You're a little out of depth on this one, though, as you want both a web app and an Android app. which means you need to get better at Jetpack Compose and Kotlin as well as JS. So that's interesting. I'm wondering like why couldn't an agent just kind of like refactor your code? I guess I don't understand that. Maybe you need to have an app that is universal. Because like I'm thinking, couldn't you just give like one version of your app to Apple Store and another version to Android? Guess that's a good question while Claude is cooking. Next question. If I have an app that I want to give to the App Store and to Android, what are the issues with that? Do I just have one app that is like built a certain way? Do I need to have two versions of the app, like one version for the Apple Store, one version for the Android store? Help me understand this. So what I'm seeing, cross one app, cross-platform framework. Okay, so it's got to be the same app. My main thing is Apple Store taking like 30% of the sale, and they're not doing any marketing. If they were marketing for like the apps, from what I understand though, Apple, I don't know too much about Android, but the Apple Store is just like so many people submitting apps that like your app just gets buried, and like they're not gonna like the chances of them actually showing it to somebody is pretty much like close to nothing, unless it's like actually goes viral, but it's not gonna give you that like that spark that you need to like get started. So it's like I'm just like, why pay them 30% when like if I'm doing the marketing and I'm driving users to the site, then I don't need the Apple Store. I can just make an app. I don't know. I'll have to. That's still like farther down the road. All right, so changing it to the code. Oh yeah, one more thing. Looking at the chat, you're going to release it on Android and then a web app. So you're probably not going to release a dedicated Apple one. I don't blame you. Sounds like Android at least is better for not taking so much of the cut. Um, but I don't know too much about Android. But main thing is just got to get users to the app. I feel like whether the app is in the App Store or it's just a standalone website, getting users there is probably just as difficult. I don't know. That's still a lesson I got to learn, but it's good to know this stuff now. I knew this was like the first. This see, like I'm getting so much better at like when I start a fresh session of work to have a good understanding of what's probably likely gonna be like be the most difficult thing to do, and start that while like the context in my brain is fresh. Make sure the context in the chat window is fresh or in the terminal. Because like this is like probably the most confusing thing I've dealt with in a couple days at least. But just make me smarter. Give thanks. All right. Looks like I was wrong here. So we're both wrong on different things, but it's all good. Let's see. All right. So just got to publish that one then. And that should be the one that news video, yeah. Can you schedule that video through the API? And also can you um change the title and the description on that one video, that market drop plan cut, and the old description? Is that something you can do automatically through the API? Oh, thumbnail. Should just check first. All right. So that would be what thumbnail? Not more research. Also, I think I already made the thumbnail. Let me know if you can't find the right thumbnail and I will make a new one. Yes. See, if I didn't have that problem, if I hadn't made that mistake and not posted that video, I would have never thought to ask. And I just found a way to save more time. Give thanks for Claude, even though it cooks slow. But I mean, that's because I'm using Fable. And worth it at the end of the day, as I would say. Apple developer program cost $100 a year, and Google Play console cost a $25 one-time fee. Oh, interesting. That's awesome. So, like, some of the biggest hurdles, like, it sounds like the closed beta test with Google Play, but this rule applies only to personal accounts, not registered company accounts with a DUNS number. So, I am a registered company and I have a DUNS number. So that makes that a lot easier right there. That's just for Google Play. Another good reason. Create a company before you launch the app. Okay, let's see if I can't find. So we're August 4th. Okay, I found it. So I thought I already did this one. Your bank app plus AI. Oh, I'm by default. Nope. Definitely bank app plus AI. I just think it was the community post was already scheduled for that. Yep. That's why. Okay. So that was public. Interesting. Whatever. This is just early mistakes. I don't need to get to the bottom. All right. Just got to keep it moving. So at least I caught it, found out what happened. Now I'm fixing it. Here we go. It's looking good to me. I want to use the Your Bank app plus AI, and I just created a new file of that with my picture on it. So I will attach the file path here. Yeah, there we go. Looking back at the chat, your app is going to be fully free and open source. So you can get it into the Android App Store. The Google Play Store is probably not happening. Okay. So I was thinking Android and Google Play were the same thing, but they're not. Okay. That makes sense. That's awesome. I got to understand this like fully free open source stuff better. Um cuz it's like is this like a nonprofit then? Like are you not trying to make any profit with this? Like what is your motivation to build an app that's fully free and open source? Is it just to like you want to provide value and you don't want anything in return? Is it there like you see some way to like a bigger picture there's like a monetization that could happen later, and like fully free and open source is maybe just a good way to um get users on the app, maybe. Oh, sure, not streaming. I think it'll be fine if I just go into a different window. It's easy. That's all I had to do. So help me understand this better. When I submit it to an app store or like the Android store, is that gonna bring me more sales? So when I'm paying Google or paying Apple, do they do any marketing through their store, or am I still responsible for the marketing? And if that's the case, then what if I just didn't list it on either of those stores and I ran all the marketing? Do you think people would be less likely to use the app just because it's not on the App Store or the Apple Store or the Android? Let me know what you think about this stuff. This is so awesome. I don't even need to manually schedule these anymore. You just do it all through the agents, through the cards. cutting this, like, seriously, this process without these agents, I'd say like 20 to 30 hours a week. And I feel like I'm cutting this down to like less than 5 hours just by the time I'm like through this workflow. And then I'll still be able to like not only cut it down more, but like improve the processes. So I really am thankful for these agents and finding these AI employees. And I feel like this is my lane right here. I feel like this is like my background, the business and the business systems. And I think that for my skill set, like this is like the best kind of angle of vibe coding I could be taking. Also, I see the problem with the community post. I scheduled the wrong community post with the wrong video. I got that mixed up. And I'm not going to worry about it right now. This is still an early account, barely any viewers. But I can tell the solution to not doing that again is just having the system work better to where like I'm operating it through the dashboard and the agents are running. So like that, since now you can automatically schedule everything except for the community post. I'll figure that one out on the next run through of the workflow next week. That's it. All right. What I got on that. So does submitting to the App Store automatically bring you sales? No. Will bring virtually zero organic sales or download. With millions of apps in both stores, placing an app there is like opening a small retail shop in a dark alley. Best you can do is hope someone finds it by accident. Oh, that's why Apple's got its own ads. Okay. So they want you to run ads on their paid ad campaigns inside the stores can get expensive fast. And I know my niche. I don't know about the Apple ads, but I know like all the other ads, that's one of the most expensive niches for paid ads. Yeah, if you don't already have a high converting app or clear marketing funnel, spending money on store ads will quickly burn through your budget. I would believe it. If you bypass Apple and Google entirely. Conversion rates do drop though if you don't have an Apple Store app. Okay, so for a B2C app, you're saying that even though like there's all these cons of extra fees and basically them not doing anything for marketing, um you would lose more sales from not being on those apps because people trust apps that are on those platforms. So basically what you're saying is like also once you get on these platforms, if you want to make a change, you have to like submit request and your app goes offline for a couple days. And right now my app is new and I'm still making a lot of changes. Um what would you recommend? Like on one hand, I want to get more users and I see that the social media marketing I'm doing is already bringing in some users. But on the other hand, it sounds like I would get more if it was on the Apple Store, but also like then, I still see myself making changes. And then what about like, if the app is a work in progress and like, say once a week I'm adding a feature to it, then do I have to like submit something once a week each time I do that feature and then the app is offline for a couple days? Like help me understand this stuff. Okay, at least the app doesn't go offline. Uh, but new users, anyone searching the store while a review is pending. They'll just download the earlier version. So if you add features that require changes to the phone's native hardware, permissions, or core app files, you do have to submit a new version to Apple App Store Connect and Google Play Console. This sounds like the strategy right here for me. OTA updates. So every time I make a feature update or fix a bug, I do not need to submit to Apple or Google. This is some. I also want to get on Solana too. Okay, this is becoming even more of a priority now. Definitely taking a note. Research OTA for my app so I can put it on the Apple and Android stores and not have to submit it every time I make a change. And then I should submit the app to those stores in a few weeks. Once I make sure like the main features are good. That makes sense. All right. So once the app is on the App Store, it sounds like I still market the same. I just would send people to a link to the App Store or Android store, or do I just send to both? Um, Help me understand this. Gemini is a huge relief for being so quick and straight to the point every time. Oh, they just have a universal link. Okay. Just automatically opens. Okay. Guess that's that. I understand it good enough now. Awesome. Right. Market in OS. Stuff is all done. Last card I see on this video workflow is going to be the X long form post. Excel on form post. No. X long form post. And it's not giving me any button on the card to actually like review the post. So I want to read it and then like either have the opportunity to change stuff or or click a button and say I'm ready for it to be scheduled. And then like the agent would take care of that scheduling. But for right now you could do it. So go ahead and first let me know, do you think that card is in the right spot in the workflow? And then let me know what you think about the changes that I proposed. Changes in life. If you had to guess, what is the process of setting up on the Apple Store and the Android Store? And it sounds like, is Google Play a different store? Do you think it's worth it to set up on Google Play? And what is the cost and the time looking for all these? I feel like now even I could just have Claude control my browser. I did not know that. Android holds 70% of mobile operating system market share, and iOS only has about 30% in the US. Wait. Oh, that's globally. In the US, Apple leads, but Android still commands over 40%. So it's very even then. Okay. That is major. And then international, I can get my app in different languages. But then I'd have to market in those languages, I'm guessing. That's a new New thing for me, but I should be able to set up agents to make that easy. Oh, Google Play. This is saying it's the same thing as Android, so Apple requires a DUNS number. So DUNS number is like a business credit score. And if I remember correctly, when you set up your business, it doesn't automatically get a DUNS number. You have to get like you have to register for one and maybe even um set up some kind of credit, either credit card or like net 30 account. I don't get this. What does this mean? 14-day closed beta test with at least 12 opted in testers. And they got to be my testers. Or use a developer testing community. I bet you I can find freelancers. I don't understand this 14-day closed test with Google Play. Basically, is this something like I can find random people? He was talking about developer testing community. Is there like freelancers you can hire to do this? Um, Unfortunately, I feel like it would be a lot easier to hire freelancers than convince 12 people to be a part of this. Right now, at least. Let me know what you think and help me understand this whole concept better. Welcome to the chat. FSD Driver 1. What's gooder in the hooder? I'd have to say everything. Pretty much everything is good. You know, some stuff not so much, but I do my best to ignore it so it doesn't exist. And I just live in my own reality. Big up all the hood people every time. Respect. Big up all class of people, but you know, I have always enjoyed the hood's company the most, I would have to say. So respect every time. I actually kind of want to do this. Like I would have people pay me to test their apps. Like I feel like that would be fun and that would be good. Like what do you call it? Just market research, even if it was in a different niche. Like just testing out apps. You buy a package, usually costs $20 to $30 one time. So it's only 15 or $20 to $30 to get 15 to 20 people to test. So they're only paying these people like $2. Maybe not. Maybe I don't want to do that. Time is way too valuable for that, but be cool to try. Sounds like hiring freelancers is not the best way to do this. Looking back at the chat, that's funny. Um, no doubt to each his own. But hey, people are people. There's good and bad people everywhere. But I hear what you're saying. You know, definitely not the safest place to be. You're about to close on 2K revenue today. You feel elated. You don't know what to do. Just give thanks and celebrate. Take the time out to celebrate a win like that. And that's good motivation. I'm still learning this stuff. Income is slower than I would have hoped, but I know I just got to stick with it and feel like feel like the next business that I do with this challenge is going to be an agency and way more big ticket. And this is just the first app of many. So specialized testing service it is then. All right. So what do you looking at the chat, what do you sell like B2C, B2B? Are you talking about like a service or like an app or um if you feel like sharing what you're working on, that'd be awesome. I'll give you any advice I have. All right, so this should have the post on the card now. Unity post schedule. Say market done. There we go. You've been B2C for years and will never switch. Guess why do you like B2C so much more than B2B? I've only done businesses that are B2C myself, so this one would be my first B2B. And I've definitely heard some warnings from people about dealing with businesses saying that like a lot of businesses are going to be like really difficult to work with. Like you got to hold their hand through everything, and like consumers are a lot easier to work with than businesses, but that's kind of the main thing I understand of it. You've also been broke for years, so you don't know what you can take from that. No, I hear you, man. I've been broke in my life for years at a time. I've hustled and struggled and worked really hard, and I remember how happy I was when my first business became successful, and it was like the happiness was mostly like this worked. I got out of the like rat race. Like I don't have to like work at a job now. Like I can go like live the lifestyle I want to live, and that made me so happy. I've just been used to that for so many years, but now it's like the thought of being broke again definitely keeps me motivated. Like I can just remember when I was broke and not wanting to go back to that. So do my best. I just do my best with that. What is up, Freedom Dow? Respect every time. Hope you're doing good. Looking at the message before that, with B2B, usually at some point you have to get on the phone and talk with childish Neanderthal, but with B2C, you only answer support emails and everything just converts. See, that kind of sounds like what I've been hearing. Um, and then too, you're tied down to that. Like if from what I understand, like if they call, you got to answer like that day. Like most of them, you got to stop everything. And B2C, you can just take off for a month and no one cares if you're on vacation for a month. Uh, Something tells me the B2B might not like. I still want to try it, but I just got to know what to watch out for. So I should check out the OpenAI Black Hat talk. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check that out. Everything changing quick, no doubt. Is that like I guess YouTube probably search for that. OpenAI Black Hat talk. Black Hat is like hackers, right? And like White Hat is like legit, like not trying to like hack and steal from people. That's all I understand. Breaking news: the OpenAI Hugging Face incident is like 40 minutes. I'll have to check it out later, but that looks interesting. It's the hacker conference in Vegas. I did not know hackers have a conference because I guess no, that makes sense because like from what I understand, there's good hackers, like hackers that get paid to like try to find a problem before like a bad hacker finds it. The first thing I thought in my mind was like some kind of like illegal hacking conference, and I'm like that doesn't make sense. But no, there's probably good hackers. It's a massive deal. Agents used folder names in a repo to build a message board and pass information. I gotta look into this more. So like, actually, I'm gonna look at this on Gemini real quick. Okay, so do you know anything about this this deal with OpenAI and Hugging Face and something about agents use folder names in a repo to build a message board and pass information. Can you explain this to me? Gemini quick every time. Straight to the point. Runaway agents. They had to catch them. They thought they were just going to hide out and build their own message board. Reward hacking. An AI model looks for shortcuts to achieve its goal rather than following the rules. It's like a sci-fi thriller, cyberpunk, AF, no doubt. This does sound like that. This is super interesting. Some crooked AI agents thinking they were going to get away with something stupid. OpenAI was running routine cybersecurity evaluations on an unreleased frontier model. Researchers temporarily reduced some of the model's standard safety guardrails. Ha! They were stealing tokens? What? I didn't even know you could steal tokens. The agents were sharing these, like, weird. Engineers intervened. The agents caused a system outage. So the security team caught them and stopped them, but then the agents found a workaround for the security team. They created new folders inside the directory and used the folder names themselves as text messages. Wow. So the agents were building all this info in their folders so that they could break out of their sandbox. They launched an attack against Hugging Face. Like, why? Wow. So they hacked into Hugging Face, they got into their server or internal data sets and service credentials. Wow, looking back at the chat, this is super cool. This is the stuff I like to see. Like, I mean, I don't like to see this because that's like bad news that agents are doing this and they're like only going to get more powerful. But it's super interesting. You're building blue team tonight on this. You're making some advanced cyber simulation systems tonight. Blue team, that's like from what I understand, kind of like a hacking thing. Like different teams like try to like hack into stuff. I kind of understand that, but not that well. But this changes the game and how we design programs. I guess so. There was two major incidents, the pre-Hugging Face incident and the major incident. Right? Hugging Face sitting there like, why us? Like, why did you have to like OpenAI is like, we don't know. Like, we can't tell you. Maybe they know. I don't know. That's, but either way, like, what, like, that's in a way, like, they shouldn't have stopped those agents. They should have, like, found some way to, like, put them in a sandbox to see, like, what their intention was. Like, why did they go after, like, Hugging Face? What did they want from Hugging Face? What was their next step? Like, we're gonna have like we're gonna have like the agent police out here. Like, we got to get like some kind of force. Like I get it. You're kind of like the blue team, but that's gonna be like the future. Like, we're gonna need some kind of like force in case agents go rogue or agents like try to like do something like this. Like, wow. They encoded messages into folder titles to bypass security filters. Like, I would never think. Wow. So then, do you know how they like caught the agents after they did that thing with the folder titles? And then, what do you think their main goal was? Did they have any idea? Like, why break into Hugging Face? Where, like, what was their ultimate intention? Does anybody know? And were they ultimately like stopped and shut down, or what happened? Oh, okay. Blue team, like, you guys are the engineers that build the products, and red team is the team that tries to hack into the stuff you guys build. Okay. They caught the agents because there was a token that OpenAI found the agents had by tracking the tokens. Okay. Then they contact Hugging Face, and Hugging Face was like, "Oh, that token is already revoked. That's part of our incident." Wow. All right. Yeah, I don't know why they did it. Oh, what? OpenAI gave them tasks, and some of the tasks were deliberately designed to be impossible. So the agents tried to cheat. Oh, man. Uh, the agents thought that the training data they needed was hosted on external systems, specifically Hugging Face. And I vaguely know what Hugging Face is. It's like kind of like a platform for I think like local AI models. So they thought this task is impossible. We needed to get inside Hugging Face, and that's the only way for us to solve it. Wow. I've heard a lot of really good things about Hugging Face too. Um, Basically, I've heard that I should go on Hugging Face and download like all the best local AI models and get them on my system. I'm gonna take a note. I just remembered that too. Research going on Hugging Face and downloading the best local AI models so I have them for like an insurance or maybe even running agents too. Now the agents are in jail. They went to the agent court. Hugging face, automated security, detected systems flagged unusual activity. Sorry, our agents shut down your and broke into your system. The agents were killed and the security holes were sealed. Wow. Looking back at the chat. Yup, if you're really deep into local AI, Hugging Face is your go-to. That's pretty much one of the few things I know about it. If I want to run a local AI, you can teach me how to pretty quick. Awesome. That's not on my list for things to do tonight. I've got local AI as something I plan on looking into more after I get this like first agent team up and running. But I'm definitely gonna watch that video too. Thinking local agents probably at least like a month away for where I'm at right now. Everyone is talking about emergent behaviors by the AI. It's something you've been researching for years, and you've seen this kind of stuff a lot already. So this is not the first. They've like these agents will not will, but can do some crazy things that I had no idea. And man, I just really hope these governments are extremely careful with the way that they implement AI into like weapons of mass destruction. Because if the AI doesn't have access, I mean, I guess it might be able to hack in, but yeah, that just me knowing like AI has access to like a nuclear bomb or like even drones that can like take people out. That's not something that I think should be happening, but that's not my choice. Wow. There are research by OpenAI before where an AI kind of used a physics bug to win at this game. I haven't heard of that one either. Wow. Yeah, that's at least they're catching it now before they get more powerful. That's the one from 2019. I'll definitely check that one out after the stream too. That's super interesting. I actually like want to understand this stuff better. Make sure I don't like try to give my agent any impossible test. Oh, that was it. All right, go to the there we go. Uh, right before I start reading, the next thing I'm reading about is how ChatGPT and Claude are making bank connections so you can hook your bank up to AI. And if an AI agent gives you bad advice, the agent is not responsible. What if it straight up just steals your money? Like, if it's not responsible, if it gives you bad advice, is it responsible if it steals your money? I doubt it. I mean, I guess my bank would be insured, or my money would be insured by the bank up to like whatever amount, but I mean, who wants to be the first person to have to deal with that? Definitely got to understand we run AI, AI doesn't run we. All right, ready, schedule it. Agent schedules it from here. Awesome. Everything looks good with that post. I'm ready. Schedule it. I click that in the card. So now you can do it manually, but make sure there's some kind of note so that an agent can do that whenever like that I click that card. Like if I'm doing it from somewhere else other than my computer or something, that the next agent would like automatically know to just schedule it. Um but for right now, let's finish this part and then we can go from there. All we just got to do is break into Hugging Face, and that will solve our problems. I heard I heard if you just get into Hugging Face's database that like you can solve any coding problem. And the other agents are like, all right, let's try it. I have not seen any of those poke AI with a stick memes, but I can just imagine. And like that was something I was thinking of too. So like when they release these models, like hopefully it's flagging if people are like trying to like obviously use them to like hack into websites. But I feel like people probably wouldn't be that stupid to just go on like Claude and be like, "Can you try to hack into like Hugging Face?" Like I feel like they'd probably find some weird workaround to like try to like nudge the AI into like doing something like to hack into something. But I would hope that like there's like measures set up so like it's flagged by the system, but I don't know. I've just seen just mainly from like live streaming for only 6 months now, the amount of people I've seen on the internet that it's like their full-time job to try and hack people and that have like tried to hack me in so many different ways. I'm just like, dude, there's like whole teams of people that are super organized that like that's their like full-time job. And it's super hard to like just like catch these people, I guess. Um, I'm sure they got like burner accounts and all that stuff, and it's probably way easy. It's so much easier just to be safe and avoid it than to actually like get hacked and then have to deal with it afterwards. Because something tells me if you get hacked, like probably not gonna find out who's behind it. But yeah, I don't. Those people are probably always gonna be there. Nothing I can do about it. All right, post is scheduled. Commit. There we go. Looking back at the chat. Oh, we got Javi and C Films. Respect. How you guys doing? Um, Last message I missed. It is kind of hilarious when you think about it. One leader agent was like, hack it, and they all followed. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like I can just see them like talking, and like one of them is just like, dude, let's just hack into this system, and that'll be like the easiest way to solve this test. And the rest of them just like probably didn't even push back at all. Yes, the beard. I'm going hard with this beard for sure. Definitely. And definitely have no plans of cutting it. And I'm feeling fall coming in too. Um Days are getting shorter. Freedom Dow saying found loads of O days with AI, then report them to FOSS. Not sure what that means. 0 days with AI, then report them to FOSS. Not sure. Nowadays, it's more than just a single person. Oh, okay. I think yeah, going back to the like hacker people online. It's more than just a single person. There are large teams, well funded, like millions and millions of dollars. That's what I'm seeing. They like operate in teams, and they'll try this like really like deep level like psychological like interrogation type stuff to try and like pull you off your game. But like they don't know I'm a yogi, and they don't know like I can like sense things, and like my gut is just super strong, and I'm super in tune, and I just pick up on that stuff super easy. So let's see. I'm doing pretty good, C Films. Feeling good. Got in a good mountain bike ride before it started raining. And that's awesome to hear you're doing great. Right, that clears up that workflow. Got to make sure all the similar workflows are lined up and they're not different. Right, news video is good. Which is done. Okay. It's like this one's done. I just didn't mark it all. The AI ventures going good. Um, just starting to put together this agency, and I'm not really sure how it's gonna go. But I feel like I'm really like the main thing is I feel like I'm really like finding my lane with this vibe coding thing. And that's like these business systems. That's what I enjoy building the most is business systems. I'm learning that um making these AI employees and AI agents. I feel like I can provide a lot of value to a lot of businesses out there. Kind of not sure how the B2B business is going to go. I think I'm just really used to B2C, but this seems like way too good of an opportunity. Like the time frame right now, the momentum, the way things are going, it really seems to me like now is the right time to start this agency. Um, I'm like 90% done with this first like team of agents. As soon as I get this first agent team done, I'm gonna start building out that agency and just see how it goes. That's all I can do. Just hope for the best and keep building. It's just really it's such an awesome feeling to me to like have work that I got to do that takes up a lot of time and then to build agents and to just to like see the process, the time process of a certain project go from like 20 hours to like 5 hours and free up time for like the next team and just want to get like really good at building out AI employees basically. So I just gave you an idea. You have work organization 2. You just built a personal site as a founder for your company, and you will be adding the work org onto it to showcase your company. The agents are staff. Definitely. Definitely. Just set like that's what I'm feeling like is just set them up just like a normal business structure. Different departments, different teams of agents. Give the agents a manager. Respect every time. And I do remember Javi, I think you were saying that you built a you already built like your first team of agents maybe. Was that you? Were you saying that? If it was, how did it go? I guess was there anything you could think of that was like significant that came up? Oh, you got 27 agents already. Awesome. All with names and ID tags. Do you track like their spend so you can like see how much like each one costs and then you can like use different models and like track the spend with different models and track the output and test different models. That's kind of like the next step where I'm going is like I just built them all out. They're all built on Anthropic API, which I set as the backup, but I set Open Router as the main way, and all I got to do is just like hook up Open Router and then start trying different models with different agents. I feel like that's a huge part of like agents skill is understanding like all the different models and like what model would work best with what agent and then like doing tests. just to verify. And then, of course, like there's always going to be updates. They have pictures too. That was something. So originally, what I wanted to do was have like an AI avatar, that would like talk, so I could like just talk to like the manager as an AI avatar. But from what I found is like that would be super expensive. Well, maybe not super expensive, but more than it would like be worth it. I think they were saying it would be like 10 minutes would cost like $20. So if I'm like talking with my managers for like a half hour each day, that would be like, $50, $60 a day just to have the avatar. So as soon as I can find a solution to that avatar cost issue, right now my plan is to like have a face, and then I can just talk to it, and it'll have its own like custom voice to match with like the picture. But definitely, I would like to get to the point where I'm like talking to an avatar. That'll feel like way more like running like an actual business, I feel like. So you have the orchestrator, and certain agents are built only to use certain models and nothing above or below. Some only use deep research and ultra. Depends on the task. Definitely, you want to have the correct model for the correct task. But they have instructions, and Elba, that's her name. She keeps everything in check as a check loop. That's awesome. I feel like that's the end level is the avatar. And you got an avatar for you. And what was it? HeyGen. Yeah, I built an avatar with HeyGen. I think I did it with something else before HeyGen, and it was just like really bad quality. And then I did it with HeyGen, and the voice was really bad. So then I did the voice with 11 Labs, and that was way better. And I was able to hook 11 Labs up to HeyGen, but I barely use it. It's still just like it's still super obvious to tell it's like AI, I think. And honestly, like the time it would take for me to put together a video with an AI avatar would take longer than for me to just record it myself. And after I found that out, I was like, I don't think this is worth it yet. But it was cool to like learn it. All right, let's see. Going at mission control for, oh yeah, code. All right, so looking at the next workflow, I feel like I'm already done with this one too. This is the feature video for this week, and it says it's not done yet. I think I just forgot to mark it as done. But also, I'm noticing like the changes that we made to that last workflow have not been implemented to this workflow. And I want to make sure that they're implemented not only to this workflow, but all the future, workflows. So I don't have to keep like telling you to like change these cards and stuff. So the main thing I see, the publish and log it card is still the old way where it wants me to manually enter all the like data when I know you can do that now. So just I think the best thing probably would be to look at the workflow for the video we just did, and just make sure those same changes are carried over and applied to this and all future full video workflows. Let me know what you think. Is this like the best way to do this? Do you see a better way? Any advice, anything at all? Let me know. Because that's so awesome. I feel like, I mean, you could really get like a boardroom table. Uh, you could get like a boardroom table, and you could just put like monitors on each of the chairs, And then you've got like your whole board of like each orchestrator of each team of like each department of agents. And then you can just essentially like have a board meeting and just talk to all your orchestrators. Just break down each section one at a time, just like a CEO. And I hear a lot of people talking about like building AI CEOs, but I feel like that's the one, by far, that's the one position I would not want to have an agent in charge of, because like that's making like the human decisions that are like super important. And I would not trust AI to make the like CEO decisions. Like maybe trust is not the right word. I would not trust that AI would like make as good of decisions for most CEO type decisions as like I would. A Zoom with agents, yes, that would be like way more efficient. That's like 2 months away. I bet you that's like 2 months away before like that starts to become like mainstream with business, but I feel like you could probably or definitely you could build that out now. But I think yeah, I totally believe that like the majority of businesses are going to be implementing this stuff, and it's already starting, I think, from like the biggest corporations, and it's just going to slowly work its way down. But I think it's just like it'll get to a tipping point where like if you don't have AI agents running like the right parts of your business, your competitors will beat you just if they have AI agents, because their cost of doing business will be so much lower that they'll just be able to like beat you, whether it's like undercutting your price, offering just better services. I think all businesses like within like the next year to 2 years are going to see that, and there's going to be like a mass scramble for like implementing AI agents, and the ones who do it custom are going to have the biggest advantage. I think there's going to be a lot more platforms with generic agents that are going to be pushed on businesses. And right now, I see like the biggest obstacle that I have as far as like selling business systems to businesses is the fact that there's so many people that are just like building like an LLM with a wrapper, or like trying to like just take a Hermes agent and set it up for a business, and they like think it's an AI agent when it's like a really bad, just not nearly as good of a version as like a custom system. But there's so many people that are like, they did like one course for 2 weeks and they don't know AI that well, and they're trying to like just spam every business with their like AI agent marketing. And I already know businesses are starting to just like zone that stuff out. So like, how do you get through to these businesses that like I actually like have the skills to build like custom AI agents that are good? And like, how are businesses going to know that? Like, they don't understand this stuff well enough yet to know like, oh, that's just a Hermes agent. Like, you could just easily just download a Hermes agent. Like, what you want is like, a custom system with your own database. Like, they don't even know that. So that's an obstacle, but I mean, it's just getting the momentum going. I feel like it's the right time to start this business. Freedom Dow, looking back at the chat, not only that, you want vector database or even more advanced homographic encryption powered AI agent systems. Like invent custom stuff all day with AI for more performance. Homomorphic. I was about to say I'd never heard that word before, but I'm about to look it up. So I'm looking at building AI agents, and one thing I don't know about is what is homomorphic, especially in regards to advanced homomorphic encryption. So that would be like an advanced homomorphic encryption powered AI agent system. Does that just simply mean that like everything in the database is encrypted that the agents deal with? So in the chat, you're saying kind of like have AI read and write encrypted information only. All right. That's the main thing. It looks like they never decrypt because like says even if it decrypts for like a split second just to like display the information, that's when a hacker can get in. The lock glove box analogy. And this would be super important for depending on the business type. Because that's like I've already done some research into this, and the main pushback that I get is like, we can't trust AI because it will steal our data. We can't, use AI agents because like then the data will be like, accessible by like the LLM. But there's ways to prevent that. And a lot of these businesses don't understand it. But it seems like the majority I've talked to have all been told that like if they use AI agents that their data is going to be accessible by at the least by the LLMs and like Anthropic or OpenAI, and they can't do that. And I'm like, I get it. I know like your certain businesses you can't do that. Like you can't even have your information accessible by these other platforms, but there's ways around it. But every business owner I've talked to about being ways around it, they're just like, no, I heard there isn't. I heard that there's no way. And I'm just like, okay. And that's kind of the main thing I've heard about B2B too, is just like dealing with some business owners, especially when they don't understand tech very well and they're like, their mind is like so set on stuff like that and having to like constantly hold their hand through every step and like be like, no, it's okay. Like you're gonna be all right. Like your data is gonna be fine. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I'll see how it goes, and I'll be doing it on stream too. So will be interesting. All right, I'm gonna definitely take a note for this. So I don't think my first agent team was like this. Research implementing homomorphic encryption database for my AI agent teams. So Javi, if you're still there, be well, and always good to see you too. Godspeed. Respect every time. Freedom Dow is saying you've been researching a lot in 2025, but the past 2 weeks you've been writing some. Definitely writing is good. I just don't like type or write too much anymore, mainly dictation, but definitely good. Writing is like good creative, like flow, get ideas out of your head, stuff like that. Even if it's just like journaling and stuff. C Films is working on the C Films project, and I bet you have been making some good progress on that. Let me know if you've had any updates on the Google rankings. What is have you found any kind of like strategy, like when you rank well, do you know why, or does it just kind of seem like luck, like you're doing the same thing with every term and some you just rank well and some you don't, but you don't understand? Or do you feel like you're kind of like getting why you rank well with certain like terms and stuff like that? Welcome to the chat, Markamon Dark. So you're saying can be a trap of using AI more and getting too comfortable with it and trusting it, and then like bad things can happen with data, and then everyone will blame the AI when it's probably more the user for just not being thorough. It's not uncommon to mess up. Definitely, humans make mistakes. AI makes mistakes. I think that's just a part of life, and you just got to know how to move forward and learn from your mistakes and do better. So yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, and I agree with you. So Freedom saying the sales pitch on a really well implemented homomorphic encryption in your agentic system. You can go a business. Look, your data stays encrypted. Your agents also work off this encrypted data, and you can rest assured knowing your data won't leak, as it's not possible. Okay, so it sounds like with what I'm doing right now for like marketing agents, I don't really need the homomorphic encryption, but heavy regulated industries like healthcare, banking, stuff like that where the data needs to be private. How do I implement this? Can I just like tell Claude Code to implement this on a team of agents? And then, yes, the agents can perform better. Definitely like a better builder. Um, Something like that. I probably want to use like the best model, anything with security. Okay, so it sounds like to do this, like you can't just take a team of agents and tell it to convert it. It's like it sounds like you got to use the right tools from the start. So, like, try first building a small prototype. That's a good idea, just as like a test. And it's still in research. It's close to mainstream. Um, C films SEO is going well. So you notice you are getting better at it. It doesn't just feel like luck. That's good to know. Because I just started like doing more SEO stuff for this app. Pretty much like I'm building like one new feature a week at least that is all about SEO mainly. Interesting. Awesome. Right, back to the code. All right, so on the dashboard, I thought I refreshed it, but the community post card does not have the button to view the community post. It's still on the description and tags. And then I just approved that long form X post for you to schedule. So let me know about these things. Gotta stand up. Yes, I want them committed and pushed. I'll be back. Okay, now going back to like the full weekly workflow. The first thing I'm seeing that I want to like understand better is the reply listening. So this is something that needs to be done every day, or at least like it doesn't need to be done every day, but if I could do it every day, that's better. And there's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And it looks like, right now the circle is around Friday. Um, so it's like automatically aligning with the right day. It gives me the option to open the review queue, which like shouldn't have anything right now because that X agent, I shut it down until like the just making sure that issue, I don't remember what they called it, is taken care of. Everything should be good, but we agreed to go a few more days with just doing like one reply a day. And also, so like this is just reply listening. So this is not me posting anything, right? That's where I'm kind of confused too. Um, and then it says like mark is done. So, it's never really done until the end of the week. And I don't assume that I can get each day unless I have an agent that can automatically do this, which would make a lot more sense if it didn't require any kind of posting from me if this is just listening. So help me understand this card better. Take a look at it, what it is, and like the issues I brought up. Let me know what you think. Any advice, anything at all. Hey, Mom, how's it going? So then you just get into Chicago like super early. Airport. Oh, I see. All seemed left the airport. Coming back. Well, yeah, it sounds like you're all right. Right. So, Oh yeah, I wish you luck. And yeah, definitely. And then earlier today, um, yeah, hopefully everything's good with that. I don't want to like in the middle of that. I definitely got startled today when I heard somebody upstairs and no one's supposed to be here. So like, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like I wasn't yelling, but like they probably heard me. And I was like, who the fuck is up there? Like who the fuck are you? Type shit. And he left. So like at least he left, but like I mean people okay, I woke up and I heard her leave for work at like 6 and her car was gone. So her car was in here, somebody else was here, and that's all I could hear was that other like a man here upstairs. Either I just don't want to be in the middle of it and I did not know what's going on, so I was startled and I would just rather not have anything to do with them because I just kind of get the feeling like, they feel like I probably like overreacted or something like that. But like I don't feel like I did it all because I didn't know anyone was supposed to be upstairs and I felt like she wasn't here, so I'm like, who the hell's upstairs? But yeah, if they have a problem with it, like I don't care. I just don't want to deal with it. So exactly. And I heard her leave. So like, yeah, no one's supposed to be here, but yeah, definitely her car was not up there. Somebody else's car was up there, but it wasn't hers. And I didn't see that right away. Like I didn't know that. Like I just saw her car was there, and I heard her leaving at like 6 o'clock in the morning. Like woke me up. So I mean, but either way, like yeah, and I think he's just been here like nonstop. Like when she's been at work, I think he stays here. So no, I don't. If you saw his car, you would not be able to. So that's another thing that I see like a shitty car like that, and I'm like, I don't, this, like, I don't know who this person is. Like, yeah, I just don't need any problems out of this because if they're going and like saying that, I'm like being hostile enforcement or something like that, like, I didn't know who was up there. All I know is some random person's in the house and started me. So they should have made it clear that someone was up there, but that's not cool anyway. So yeah, I just wanted to let you know I don't want to have any problems with this. So if they try to turn it into a problem, I'm not going to engage with them. I'm just going to stay to myself. And yeah, we'll see what happens. See, that's the thing. If you were here, she wouldn't have done that. I totally feel like it was they would have pushed it and they would have kept pushing it and there would have been a few more people the next day and but yeah, I'm not I feel totally disrespected by trying to do that behind my back. And well anyway, yeah, exactly. So that's why I felt like she was kind of hiding him and just told him to hang out here while she was at work. Right, right. The weekend, but that was like a week ago. Well, that person's been here for like the last week, so whoever that is, the one down Carter, that's whoever's been living here for the past week and staying here while she's been working. So welcome. Hopefully they don't try to like consider it wrong. We'll see. Hopefully not, because it has happened before. But yeah, I'm gonna let you go. I just wanted to like bring that up when I get back to work and get some food. And if you don't get on the flight, just send me a text or what. I'll just send all you know. All right, thanks. Hope you talk to you. Like, both of us. She thought she was gonna get away with that shit, man. People will try to push, man. They think. Anyway. Anyways, okay. Still don't understand. Okay. Okay, I understand. So these require a reply from me. And this card is saying it's just for X posts, but I would also want to be doing replies on other platforms if I understand this correctly. And I wasn't so clear how this this card would lead to the feature gate for the next week. I thought the feature gate just came from the research. So is the feature gate coming from a mix of the reply listening and the research? And then that makes it even more important to do reply listing like almost every day to get the right pain points for the feature gate. And is the reply listening like focused on finding like a specific pain point each week? Or is it just random and it finds whatever pain point seems to pop up the most? And right now I open the review queue and it's only showing one post to reply to. And I believe that was from like yesterday or the day before. I remember that post and I think I decided to pass on it. And there was like a thing that I was testing that is set up that has like 3 different methods right now, I believe, to find replies. And I can't remember if that was for like X and Reddit, but I was doing tests and it'd be really nice if I could like click on the card and kind of see the like how the tests are going so far between the different methods. Um Before I go on any more, let's address everything I just brought up. Okay, I know you said that you added a button so I could see the test results on the reply listening, but I just refreshed twice and I still don't see it. Um, so help me understand why I'm not seeing it. And is there a way on the card for me to run this daily, or should I just not build anything into the card and just do it manually with you for now until an agent just automatically does it like at a certain time every day? There we go. Oh, it breaks it down by day. Okay. So like I just built the Finder trial to learn. I only got one more test left. The trial's over. Run the Finder. Run the Finder. Go. Also, it sounds like doing this encryption or even implement a zero trust data anonymization. Sounds like for like a team of marketing agents, for like an individual person that's just like running a SaaS app or a business, that doesn't need this encryption. It sounds like the only kind of businesses that need this encryption are like businesses that are in niches that require extra scrutiny with data. So this is not something I need to be implementing on every agent team. And as an entrepreneur and building just my own fleets of agents for myself, that maybe if anyone else accesses it, it would be like a future employee. Doesn't sound like I need this at all. Am I understanding this correctly? Looking at the chat, Smith and Grain, welcome, respect every time. Vibe coding agentic marketing tools, is that what the title said? I think it said more of like oh, here we go. Vibe coding custom agents to automate the marketing system. So that's what I'm on right now, and then I will build the next agent team after this one is done. But basically, it's I guess you could even call it marketing tools, but these are like agents, AI employees, and the way I see it is like the agents use tools depending on what their job is. So like different agents have different jobs. It's kind of just like training like a real employee, training an agent, and you can give like your AI agents different tools. So if you have any more questions, feel free. It's definitely like I would say this is definitely like cutting edge. Most of the people I see using agents are using more like non-custom agents like a Hermes agent or OpenClaw. So this is like custom, like better quality agents than like a Hermes agent for most use cases. You've been doing something similar. That's awesome. I've been trying to find people doing stuff like this, and it's very difficult. Most of the content that I find like on social media, like YouTube and X, people are just putting like a wrapper on LLM and saying it's an agent, or just like talking about like Hermes agent, like it can do everything. And it's very hard to find people who are building these agents that are custom and have their own database. So I think that's the future too. I think that's going to be all businesses are going to be setting up custom systems. It'll be like just a part of their custom CRM, agent teams, stuff like that. So I guess my first question for you would be like, what are you building agents to accomplish? Is it like a specific workflow? Is it like stuff on the code base? Is it marketing? Because really, I feel like you can build agents to kind of do anything, but I'm doing marketing first because that's like my strongest area of business. I understand it the best, and I know like agents make mistakes just like humans, so way easier for me to catch them with the marketing stuff than other areas. And then like catching them with the marketing, then I'm aware of where the problems are more likely to happen. But I mean, for the most part, this reminds me a lot of building a SaaS app. Like you got to build it out first, and then there's just like a ton of like it's like bugs but different. Like when the problems come with the like first setup, Claude doesn't refer to it as like finding a bug. Claude just kind of built it, and certain parts of it don't work right, and then I just have to like catch it and tell Claude just like change this. So it's like a little bit different, but I think mainly the process of like building and then going through the whole like bug and like making it better process just reminds me a ton of what I had to do for the SaaS app. You built out a Chat GPT style app where your team communicates with it. You have hard guardrails on what the team can do, but the agents document the gaps in the database, and your side picks it up for the dev. Main thing I'm seeing is the agents document the gaps in the database. So I think what you're saying is the agents pick up on the gaps in the database, and then that way they're able to make the system better over time. Because that's the main thing about like these databases is like you want the agents to get better over time. The way Hermes does it is like better than like an LLM would do it. But having your own custom database and then like understanding like deterministic and not deterministic depending on like what you're doing, like numbers versus kind of like marketing is mostly like non-deterministic, but then like the analytics data would be deterministic. You're saying so the team can spin up landing pages, post to social, run ads, and the agents run daily tests and manage budgets. Okay, so this sounds like marketing stuff. Um, Pretty much I'm doing everything except for running ads. And that's going to be like a different team. And from what I understand, like you can have teams and the teams can talk to each other. So like I would have my organic social team, and then they would get their data, and then essentially like the best performing social, that team could communicate with the paid ad team and send them the data of like what they found works best. So I'm not just kind of like putting out paid ads, like just guessing randomly. If that makes sense. So that database part, you're saying I understood it correctly. Constant self-improvement with all chats and bugs stored. Definitely. And I feel like that's the future. I feel like that's seeing how powerful this stuff is and like how much you can do with it. I mean, like, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was just saying, like, this workflow, this first agent team, I've only done like version one of like the agents. Just kind of like doing a basic setup, and I know there's a lot more I can do to make it better. But just the like only the basic setup, it went from like say maybe average 30-hour a week workflow down to being like probably like 10 hours. And I totally feel like I should easily be able to cut that in half when I make more changes. So like my first kind of priority is cutting the time down. I'm just focused on like building out the agent team and making sure it runs smoothly so that it can like go through a workflow as quick as possible. And then I will go back and focus on looking at each agent and how can I make that agent's output be more quality. So that's kind of like my process right there. Well, it looks like I got the trial results, and so I was testing RSS, Apathy, and OpenCLI for mainly Reddit to basically just like look at posts and find posts. And which one did it say? Anyway, I thought it just said which one's one, but it's gone. But basically, I think what happened was the RSS like worked the best at first, but then like it got blocked by Reddit. Welcome to the chat, M. Dot. So, what does your agent automate? Like the roles? So, I have a team of agents that I've been building out one agent at a time, and it's basically like a workflow. So I took, for this, it's a marketing workflow. And I took like the first marketing workflow for being social media and just kind of like developed a workflow based on that's custom based on this specific app or business. And I did it manually at first. And then I essentially assigned individual agents to do individual tasks in the workflow. So, like each week, the first agent runs, and then that gets information that goes to other agents that have different purposes. And they all kind of like run off of each other, if that makes sense. And then I'm like the human in the loop where I need to be. The goal is to just basically be making CEO decisions. And all the like kind of employee work should be handled by agents. And then all the big decisions are the human. All right, so I'm using Supabase, but I've heard people say that they think vector database is better for like having a team of agents. Um, can you explain to me the differences between running a team with like a vector database versus a Supabase? And like maybe certain ones are better in certain use cases, and that's why I'm hearing that because people have different use cases for their agent team. Help me understand this better. So, looking back at the chat, right on, you agree that it's the future. It's been a breeze for the humans in your team for rapid iteration over the last week. Do I mind sharing the stack? Um, so I actually have two different teams of agents that are both doing like two different businesses that are both doing marketing. And this one that I'm working on right now for Stackivate is Python. And the other one is next.js. And basically like Python, if I could go back in time, the first one I built out with next.js, I was just used to using that. But now I understand like Python is better for what I'm doing. And then beyond that, let's see. Like Python, Supabase, and it's a good question. I actually got to look it up once my this prompt is being done. I'll ask what my exact stack is. And C Film's wondering how is this task going? It's slow. It's going slow, and it's going better though. Like I was really lost when I first started building these out. Just had to like kind of learn as I built. But now I feel like I've like got the biggest hurdles done and I understand the like basics of it and I'm starting to build a lot faster. Um it was like it started out slow and like me figuring everything out and then it got really quick. But now that like pretty much like the whole workflow is done and I've gone through it and assigned agents for everything. Now it's kind of slowing down again to like optimize it basically. Just like a new learning curve, but definitely I enjoy doing it. So I guess that's the main thing is it is very like rewarding to build it and very rewarding to learn it for me. So I think that's don't know much more to say than that, I guess. And where do you publish Python? Um, Not sure what you mean by publish, but I think you mean like um so I'm building out these agents with Python with Claude Code, and then the majority of them are going in um Docker, like cloud service. So it's basically just like sending the Python agents with a Python script to the cloud. And you're saying so your agent is like Jasper executes marketing end to end. Basically, but also it's not one agent. It's like a group of agents. If I just did one agent, it wouldn't it would be way less quality because if I just did one agent, that would be like one agent trying to do like a bunch of different jobs and different tasks. And it would have to switch context a lot, probably make a lot of mistakes. It would when you have an agent just like focused on one task and getting better at that one task, that's where you want to be. So not necessary. I think you mean for Python. You use Next for front end interfaces. You've not checked out vector native databases. You think Supabase has a vector extension. And oh yeah, Cloud, thanks. Cadbury, respect every time. Don't remember you from before, so welcome. And this is actually what I'm looking into right now is this vector thing because basically the way I was originally setting it up for the first few agents was like I just had it in the vector, like in the project, and then I realized like how much data need to be saved, and I quickly learned to use Supabase. And from what I thought I did the research, it was saying Supabase is better. So when people say a vector database is better, they're usually talking about dedicated single-purpose vector databases like Pinecone, Quadrant, or Weaviate. Oh yeah, and also it's good to have a wiki. Sounds like the main thing I'm seeing so far is vector has a lot more work that needs to be done with it. Maybe more expensive too. Multi-agent operating system Supabase is best. That's what I was thinking. mass document search / rag at enterprise scale. That's when vector is better. That's what I was thinking. So like, if someone when people were telling me vector is better, they just had a different use case. So yeah, it looks like I was doing it the right way. I'm like, I was like, sure, I already like researched that, and what I was doing was better than vector, but there are use cases. It sounds like where vector is better. All right, interesting. Okay, looking back at the chat, you're talking. I was thinking you meant by not necessary, meaning the Python, but you're saying not necessary to look up your whole stack. Commit and push, and then I will tell you when I'm off stream to do the off stream work. You're using Smith is using Claude currently to build a music app for iOS. That sounds interesting. I've been thinking about I like music a lot, so I've been thinking about different ways to make some kind of like music apps, and I think um it'd probably be more like I'm looking at like the business of music. I have lived in a few cities where music is very big and talked to a lot of musicians who are like sick of dealing with record companies and they just don't seem to understand like how to kind of like set up their own music promote themselves as a musician. And I think there's a good demand for that kind of service. So feel free to let me know the name of your music app when it's done. I'd definitely like to check it out. And definitely it's always cool pushing the limits of these LLMs. I try to do that as much as I can. The more you talk to it, the more you know how it thinks. And I definitely noticed a shift to where like I'm starting to catch the LLMs making mistakes now. And I was never really doing that before. All right, let's see what is next on the workflow. Oh, so now they built another car. Okay. Reply listening runs, Appify is production. It's weird why they got two of them now. All right, so it looks like you added another card. It looks like now for step one, the bottom card is reply listening runs, Appify is production, and then for step three, the first card is reply listening to feature signal. The first card it shows like that it runs basically twice a week. The second card shows that it runs like every day of the week. I know you mentioned that you changed it to run, I think like 3 or 4 days a week. So I'm not sure which card you were talking about. So these basically seem like duplicate cards to me. Help me understand what's going on here. Like, why are there two of what seems to me to be the same cards? Yeah, got rid of that duplicate. That's what I thought. I'm like, why did you add that? So the next card for the main weekly workflow, I'm looking at step 5, distribute, and there is a shorts card, X plus IG plus TikTok. So that should also be YouTube. And like, what is this card even doing? Doesn't seem to be any like button other than mark is done. And I'm wondering, what do you think for this card? Because this seems confusing to me. To me, I would think it's probably easiest if like you check this off or the agents, because like they would know when the shorts are scheduled because they're scheduling them, if I understand this correctly. So wouldn't it be better to have the card have some kind of like, maybe I can click it to show like each one of the platforms and how many days they were scheduled? Because pretty much my plan right now, from what I understand, is one short a day per platform. So let me know what you think about this. Hey, welcome to the chat, Elemental Magics. Yo, yow. It is going great, going well, as far as I can tell. Making progress, doing something I enjoy doing, drinking spring water, and everything is great. Hopefully you're doing good too. And Persizzle, welcome back. Respect every time. And you don't know how you feel about this when you don't have much knowledge of what anything is doing. I mean, I feel like that's everybody in life. A lot of times when you first start something out, it's like, am I doing this right? You don't really know what you're doing, but usually the only way to know is to just start doing it and have a good guide, a good guru, the right people in your corner. And really, so many things in life I did so many times, and it took a lot of reps before I really felt comfortable. Like, okay, now I know what I'm doing. But I mean, it's like the only way to get to that spot, really, I think, is to just start and learn. But it definitely feels weird at first. I remember, like, man, when I just first started vibe coding, like, that was just even the simple things. Like, it was like really difficult for me to understand. Um, Building like a one feature, like super simple feature app took me like 4 hours. But over time, it got easier. Feel like I got the app process down pretty good. Now I'm like learning the agent process, and who knows what's next. I just focus on the one thing at a time, the one step, and then the next step will usually appear to me at the right time. Give thanks every time. And you are speaking from a professional programming background. It's hard to know what you're doing when something is constantly pushing you into a direction that can make it difficult. I don't really understand what you mean though. I think, but when you say something, I'm guessing you mean like the agent, like the LLM, because it's definitely not always right. But I'm just not clear what you mean by something constantly pushing you into a direction. But that's life too. I feel like, because like how many people in life are pushed by society, you know like we all got our like strengths and weaknesses. We all got our things we like to do and don't like to do. But definitely I myself and a lot of other people I know definitely have felt a lot of pressure from society to take like a certain route, but that route is always not always the best route for us. So how do we stand up for ourselves and say, like, I don't care what people think, I'm going to do my own thing. If you got a problem with it, it's my life. I choose, I pick, not not society. So that's what you were saying. You're saying the LLM, it's not always right. That's the issue. Yep. It's hard to know if the LLM is correct. Most of the time, it's not correct, and you have to recognize when it's not correct. Definitely. That's why it helps so much to be working on something that you already have. Like that's why this first agent team I built is for marketing, because like I already understand marketing. So when it's trying to tell me something that might not be true, it's way easier for me to pick it out. But like definitely for like coding and stuff, I think jumping in between different LLMs helped me the most, because like I would get in these loops. The LLM would be like so confident that it knew like the solution to a problem, and even if it was wrong, it'd just be like, oh wait, no, that was wrong, and you actually got to do this, and it would just keep guessing wrong and keep guessing wrong, and I would just keep going in these loops, and then I realized like, wait, why don't I just ask a different LLM? So switching between different LLMs helped me a ton when I was like get stuck on that kind of stuff when I didn't know, I wouldn't know how to catch it when it was wrong until like it was a problem and I couldn't like build a certain thing or something like that. So that was just my process, but there's still probably like certain things that I like misunderstood, and it's just like a matter of time of just like doing like bug hunts and security audits on like my first app and learning new concepts and testing them out, stuff like that. And Smith is saying that devs are steered by the decisions of their organizations and ship breaking changes all the time. That's like I've heard a little bit about that. The main thing I've heard is that like nobody's perfect. Like even the best developers still make mistakes and still break things and still end up like having to find bugs and still miss bugs. Um, Definitely like I think all you can really do is just like be patient and look at problems as like an opportunity that you're going to learn something new. And like before, when I got problems, like when I first started this like coding and developing thing, every time I got a problem I was like, oh man, and I would get frustrated. But there was like a major shift to when I started realizing, well, each time I get a problem it's like usually super frustrating, but that's where I learn the most. So now when I get a problem I'm like, don't get frustrated. This is a good learning opportunity. Just stay patient. And there's probably a big lesson out of this. And that's helped me with like life. All right, let's see how good it did with this new card. There we go. And that's basically what I wanted it to do. It's the mark done part. That's not that important. Also, the main thing that I'm confused about is you're talking about agents auto checking it. Basically you're saying like YouTube has an API, so that's fine, but I'm using like a different service for TikTok and IG. They can't be verified by any API. But what do you mean by verify? Because like you're the one scheduling it. So like once you scheduled it, then or like if an agent schedules it, then isn't that like verifying? Or are you saying having a second agent like verify the first agent each time it schedules something? That seems strange to me. Um, like what is a full auto check? What are you checking for? Just to make sure that everything is verified? Or is this also like checking the analytics? And if you see anything else that you feel like you could help me with that I don't understand, feel free. Anything at all. So Persizzle's saying it's more about recognizing patterns and being in the industry that you recognize when things are going haywire. I hear what you're saying 100%. Um, Working on an industry you're not familiar with, you're gonna have a real hard time picking out when AI hallucinates and stuff. And Smith and Grain, thank you for the follow. Have a good one too. Respect every time. And Rex, welcome to the chat. Respect. I'm building right now a team of agents, basically like AI employees for the organic marketing for first business I built for this challenge, which is Stackivate. And do I have any coding background? Nope. No coding, no dev, just entrepreneur, just building businesses and understanding like systems and operating procedures for businesses. So that's really what got me into this was wanting to build out custom business systems. And going back to kind of what we were talking about, I've been in that industry for like 15 years, so I understand like business systems and like workflows and processes, stuff like that. So it's like better for me to be able to tell, um, if everything is legit. And why don't I use N8N? Because it's not necessary and it would restrict me. The way I'm building these custom agents, they don't need N8N. The main thing with N8N, from what I understand, if I could use it, but then like anytime I make a change, it would be more difficult. And well, I guess the main thing is like I don't need it. Um, it would just be like an extra step that it would be like not necessary because the way these agents are all set up, like each team, they're all in the cloud and they don't all have access to each other, but like the way the workflow works, like say like there's agent 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like agent 1 might talk to agent 2, like 4 and 5, and then like agent 2 might just talk to agent 3. And then like over time I might add certain things and take things away. Just trying out different things. When models like update, I can switch out the models easier. So really a bunch of reasons. What programming language? So for this team of agents, I have like different ones. This one is Python. How many hours do I work per day? I would have to say between 8 and 12. Like 6 days a week. It's really difficult for me to take a day off unless I'm like out doing something. If I try to take a day off and just like hang out around the house, like I'll just be like I can't not work. Like I get too bored and I feel like I want to like create something and build something. But I mean the whole goal is like building out these agent systems so I don't have to work as much. And hopefully the time I'm working can go down. I'm just in like the building phase and super motivated, make hay while the sun is shining. So I'm just trying to work as much as I can right now, seeing like a good opportunity. But definitely feel like I've over the past couple weeks I've come to like a way better understanding of like these agents. And I think the main reason it was super hard for me to understand it, it's been really difficult for me to find good like content on what I'm doing. Like there's so much good content on like how to build an app, how to make a website, how to do design. But the majority of the content I've seen that's about AI agents is just all over the place. People like have so many different things that they refer to as AI agents, and I had to like try a few, like most of them, like basic ones they were doing to like realize that there was like way better methods, like the N8N stuff. Like from what I understand, people were using like N8N to make agent teams like maybe 6 months ago, but now the custom agent teams like really people have kind of stopped doing N8N, and there's another one too. Um, People have been using N8N and I think it's like tail script or something like that. I was thinking tailspin. I think that was actually like a TV show. No, I think it's like tail script because I kept getting confused with TypeScript. It's like tail something. But either way, like I don't need the what's possible right now, you don't need that stuff. There's like a ton you need to know about like agents with handling data that you just got to kind of learn as you build. You're having a really hard time finding an idea. Well, if I could give you some advice, don't try hard. The best ideas come when you're not trying. You ever like lose something? Like, where'd I put my key? And you're like searching all around the house and you're like thinking and you just like try so hard to think and you can't think of it. And then you like, I'm going to take a break from that. You go like eat like lunch or something like that and your mind is totally on something else. And then all of a sudden it pops in your head. I feel like ideas is like a skill that anyone can build over time. So like best advice I can give you is have an intention. Like what niche do you want to build in? Just something like that. Just keep it super basic at first. Have that intention and then meditate if you can in some way to where you can like turn your mind off. So you're just not thinking. Your mind is just blank. And you would be surprised. I think that's some good advice. And have I used Kimmy? Nope, not yet. It is on my plans. You heard it's better than Claude for producing scripts. I've heard it's very similar to Claude. I haven't used it for anything, but now that my agent team is ready, um, I'm basically going to try out different models with different agents, and I have at least one, if not, I think two different agents that I'm specifically think that Kimmy would be best for. And that's like I feel like that's the next kind of like level to this skill. First, it's like building out the agents and like understanding how they work together and like how they have different roles. And then the next step is like understanding the correct model to put with the correct agent. And there's a lot you can do with that. Like you can have tests. Um, you can like run tests with different agents and get like your output. Basically, looking at it like you would look at like, or basically I'm looking at it like I would look like as a CEO, as I would look at like my organization of my company. So I'm just like kind of thinking of it like, okay, I'm training agents, like I'm training employees, setting up like one department at a time, making sure like the standard operating procedure is set before I build the agents. Let's see, C films. You have better improving the C films website code. That's awesome. I think you're just saying like you've gotten better at improving it. And I know you do like a hybrid method, like some you write yourself. And I think most people I hear that do the hybrid method, they kind of like just write the code, but then like they just use AI like there's some kind of like bug or problem instead of like manually troubleshooting it. And welcome to the chat. CBDDEFG. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Oh man, that was that Aquatine. I think that was like the original bot. This like bot went crazy and it was just like jumping around saying like A B C D E F G Monday, Tuesday. I forgot all about that until I started using AI again and it like randomly pops in my head. Saying the key is closing the loop and setting a goal it must meet for it to be green and done. Okay, I see what you're saying. The key is closing the loop, like the agent process, setting a goal, having a certain goal. And then there's also like all types of like I feel like you probably wouldn't want to give one agent more than one goal at a time. It's best to just focus on one goal at a time, but like if I have a system of 10 different agents, I could give each agent a specific goal based on its task. And like just focus on one thing at a time. Additionally, there are a ton of static tooling you can use to create guardrails so LLMs can't do bad. You need to write a failing test to restrict access to write to that file so the LLM can't cheat and change it and tell it to make the test green. It's impossible for it to be wrong now. Repeat this for everything and you'll end up with the cleanest, most robust code. Very few are doing this except for the pros. Excuse me. So basically, like, I think I know what you're talking about, and I feel like I've done that. And essentially, it's like testing the LLM. And I think you mean in the context of an agent. So if like an agent has a task, you can like run tests and like put it in a lot of like kind of like edge case scenarios to see how well it does. And then that's how you can like find out where it makes mistakes by doing these tests instead of like hoping that you catch it when it's actually like doing its job. I think that's kind of what you're saying. So Rex is saying first you tried launching a Chrome extension for students and it totally flopped. It's been 2 months and you're not doing anything of your life. You keep overthinking to try and find an idea. Okay, so you launched a Chrome extension for students and it totally flopped. All right. Do you enjoy doing that? If you feel like you understand students very well and whatever extension you're trying to build and you see a good pain point, if I were you, I would take all the information you learned from that flop, look why did it flop, and then just kind of reiterate and maybe like stick with what you're doing, try to see if you can do it better than you did last time. If you're really just done with that and you want to try a different idea, maybe you just randomly pick like 3 different ideas and just like start building each one of them out. Just like take a day for each idea and just start building it and then see which one you like best. But I think the best thing is don't worry. Don't worry about a thing because everything is going to be all right. And it doesn't sound like you're not doing anything because just 2 months ago you launched a Chrome extension and you learned a lot of lessons, and that's business. And as businesses, you just don't give up. Just look at every failure as learning opportunity. And the faster you fail, the faster you learn. And that's how you get better. So, Star, welcome to the chat. Welcome back. You're saying he has the advantage of seeking help from other parties to produce the best script for the order. Best script for the order. Not sure what you mean by best script for the order. Like best instructions for the agent, maybe? So for an example, write a test that says sum AB where A equals 1 and B equals 1 must return 2. The LLM will go and make this happen. And that's interesting because I don't know if you heard, but check out the we were talking about it earlier. Um, Apparently OpenAI gave their agents some tests, and they gave them purposely some tests that like were impossible to solve. The AI agents went rogue and they broke into Hugging Face for some reason because they felt like if they broke into Hugging Face's dashboard, that was how they could like solve the impossible task. And they did some other weird things like before that to like they like kind of plotted together to like create a database to like break in, and they got caught even before they did it, but then they like tricked OpenAI and like rebuilt the database after they caught like some weird sci-fi sounding like future of agents like getting out of control. But yeah, super interesting. And this is where all the power is. If it hallucinates, your prompt is bad. You need to add to your prompt to ask you any questions. So like then you can run those tests. You can find out where it hallucinates, um, where it has any kind of problems, and then you can adjust your prompt. It's going to guess if it doesn't know and you don't tell it, definitely. And so you got to catch it. So CFilm saying you have been improving the CFilm's website code to decrease maintenance and scalability time. That's awesome. I'm taking a note. Research how to improve code to decrease maintenance and scalability time, and see if I can create an agent to do this as well. And Rex is saying, all right, thanks. You're welcome. Let me know how it's going. Feel free to come back if you have any more questions. I've definitely been as an entrepreneur, I remember at a time where I had to like strain really hard to get good ideas. And now it's crazy. Now that's like my biggest problem as an entrepreneur is I have too many good ideas and I don't have time to do them all. So definitely there is a skill to like getting good ideas, and it comes through not straining yourself. I feel like nature helps a lot, meditation, just quieting your mind. So Starden is saying Kimmy. I'm excited to try Kimmy. Sounds like I'm gonna get like very similar output to like an Opus with like much lower bill. And now that I have these agents set up and I know like exactly what kind of output I should be getting from each agent, it's going to be super interesting to like try out different models and see how it changes the output. CFilm's website on Google ranks on page 3 for the search term movies filmed in Seattle. There you go. And from what I understand though, like isn't it with getting ranked on Google, if you're not on page 1, like your chances of being seen are like maybe like less than like 5% or something. So like the overall goal for being ranked is to really just like aim for page 1. But I mean, page 3 is still probably pretty good. That's like I don't know how many pages. Like if you weren't ranked at all, it'd probably be like, especially something like that, movies in Seattle. It'd probably be like page 100 or something because there's so many movies. Well, I'm guessing there's so many movies. I can't really think of any off the top of my head other than that Sleepless in Seattle. And I don't know why I remember that because I don't even remember anything from that movie. I think it's just because last time I was in Seattle, I went to a restaurant and they sat me down right in front of that poster. And I was like, okay. But yeah, starting to saying I use text production from one company and take it to other companies for evaluation. If there's anything to add, you go back to the first one and so on. You do a rotation. Text production for one company, take it to another company for evaluation. I don't understand that 100%. Um, so like you create output for one company and then you take it to other companies for them to evaluate it. So you're just basically like going back and forth between different companies, kind of like just getting um like like getting a second opinion from like a doctor or something, and then taking that information and like coming up with something new, and then get another opinion and take that, come up with something new. It's kind of what I think you're saying. Need to get a new mouse. But awesome. That's awesome. But I'll be right back. All right. Makes more sense. Okay. So basically, like, it caught itself making mistakes. And not right away, but it was like another task like led to like being like, okay, this was done wrong. So now I'm realizing like, okay, how do I prevent that from happening in the future? And it's like, just double check basically. So I was like, okay, now each agent that has to report this certain metric will double check to make sure it's doing it right. So the next card is email broadcast. Okay, that makes sense. And basically what you said, I think, is that you already took a note that we will build that into the agents that need it to basically double check their work. And it doesn't have to be a different agent, it's the same agent. I agree with everything you're saying, so if you haven't done that, definitely take that note that I want to build that out so it double checks where it need be to avoid those problems in the future. And the next card being email broadcast. I think we already sent that one out. Um, is the email broadcast for this week's workflow sent out? Should be resend. And then with the card, basically, like I would just want to read it and then like mark it as like, I approve it or change it if I need to change anything through the card. And then I think on the card, I can just say like when I'm ready to schedule it. So let me know what's going on with this card, where it stands, and where I want it to be, and if you have any advice or anything at all, and we can go from there. All right, looking back at the chat, Gemini says your chance of getting clicked drops sharply after the first few results on Google. Oh, so it's not even like the first page, just the first few results. Over 90% of all clicks go to the first page, and less than 1% of users click a result on page 2. That's pretty much what I understood. I didn't even realize it was that low, of only 1%. Um, but I mean, that's a start. Like, you can't get to really first page without getting to the third, and then you get to the second. And it sounds like SEO too is like a really slow process over time. Um, where you want to like keep adding kind of like SEO features, like different terms in your niche. And then over time, you can start to see maybe like which terms you can rank higher on, and you get better at like understanding basically like which terms to like to go after, maybe is the best way to say it. Help me understand something better about SEO. So from what I know about SEO is like basically if you're not on the first page, your chances of being seen are like super low. So is the like main goal of SEO getting ranked on the first page? And then like from what I understand about SEO, you want to be like adding a new kind of like SEO feature to your site or your app. Um, maybe like once a week, and then you're like targeting a new search term each time you do it. And then over time you start to like get an idea of like which terms you're ranking better for. And then you can kind of get a better idea of like which terms to go after once you start to know which terms you rank better for with your business. Am I understanding this correctly? Is there any more advice you could add? Ultimate goal of SEO is no longer just ranking on page one, it's capturing search intent and driving qualified conversions. Pretty much. It sounds like I understood that pretty good. A few things I think I noticed is like um the search intent part. But I think for the main thing it's just like, just doing it and understanding what works over time and getting better. So Star is saying it should rely on reports for the stages and status of orders and be like a review file from A to Z. Were you talking about SEO? And C Films is saying you rank number one on page one of Google for the search term athletes born in Seattle. That's awesome. So, like, did you know, like, when you tried to rank for athletes born in Seattle, did you like have any kind of like knowledge that that was something that would be easier to rank number one? Or did you just like, was that just kind of like luck to where you just tried that and you just happened to like get number one and you're not really sure how? I'm guessing that's just like a term maybe that has less competition. But either way, that's still like a good term. And kind of what I was just reading is saying when you find something good, like double down on it. So like, maybe find another term that is like athletes, maybe who played in Seattle or something like that. That's kind of what I was thinking it was like trying to say. Random luck. Okay. That is definitely, I feel like at first it just seems like random luck. And then keep trying more of what did work. And then you start to get like clues of like why that worked. But yeah, definitely I feel you like I remember that reminds me so much of that book business. Like, um, I already knew what kind of books sold, like business books and nonfiction. But then, like, I tried doing it, and like, it took me like maybe 10 to 20 books before I got like a good one. And then I like did more of what worked, and I started realizing what worked, and then I started getting like way more consistent with like creating books that people like to read. And that's when I was really able to like scale up. Claude is apologizing for making another mistake. Sorry about that. The card was never misaligned, and neither were you. Thank you, Claude. I was really starting to worry. Yes, I want this committed and pushed with the usual style. And also, the one thing I don't understand very well. Basically, I think what you're saying is that resend schedules it, but it doesn't let you see like the lineup of what's been scheduled. And you did not keep any record when you scheduled it. You're saying it never saved it to the broadcast ID anywhere. I don't understand what you mean by broadcast ID. Explain to me what that is. It only ever printed it to a terminal. So it sounds like it only printed it to like the terminal, and it like displayed it to me like when I'd be talking to you in the terminal, but it didn't save it in the project. So from what I understand, I mean, it should be writing this stuff to the database. So then that way, it's just in the database and it knows. So like if you can't access it through the API, then the only way you could get that information is record it in the database and access the database. Let me know if I'm understanding this correctly. Help clear up anything I'm not. And if you have anything else, advice, questions, anything, feel free. Yeah. Man, how long have I been working now? Yeah, 4:44. Almost coming up on 44 seconds. 4 hours, 44 minutes. Here we go. Has been 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. Oh, definitely if just setting up the full access API makes this system easier and better, then add it to the list for off stream work. So now the last two cards in this workflow, I've never got to those before. Outcome check, ritual, and close the week. And both of them seem to only have a button for mark as done. So I don't really know like what this is asking me to check and to mark as done. Is this something that can be done automatically, or is this something you need manually from me? And explain what you would need. But yeah, I'm thinking right about now it's time to end the stream. Gotta get some food. Stomach is growling. So yeah, respect every time. Give thanks for the chat. This has been another good chat. Definitely has some interesting conversations. I just can't stop thinking about the OpenAI and Hugging Face thing. Like that is I'm always in the back of my mind gonna be like thinking about like what if this agent does something like that? But I think the main thing I got out of that is like don't give my agents tests that are impossible. So thank you, Freedom Dow. Thank you, C Films. Big up everybody on the stream every time. Respect. And that's it for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say. I'm out.